Hello, today we are going to talk about ASP.NET, a Microsoft technology that uses .NET Framework and the Microsoft Web Server, which is called IIS. It was first released in 2002 as part of the version 1.0 of the .NET Framework. ASP.NET is the successor of Active Server Pages, which is a previous technology from Microsoft to create web sites and web applications using Internet Information Services, which is the HTTP server from Microsoft. So ASP version 1 was released in 1996 as part of Microsoft Web Server IIS version 3. It went to version 2 and 3, and it uses 6 built-in COM objects, and it is using primarily VBScript as the programming language in order to do server-side scripting. Okay, so the syntax is inside of the ASP file. You can have anything that's valid HTML, and then less than %, and you end the block with % greater than, and inside you put statements in one of the supported programming languages, which again is usually VBScript, but could have been JScript. Okay, and now back to ASP.NET. ASP.NET consists of common language runtime, so managed .NET Framework DLLs, an extension for IIS for making it possible to run .NET Framework subdomains inside of the IIS web server. ASP.NET was then continued with ASP.NET Core, but today we're going to talk about ASP.NET MVC. So not ASP.NET Core, but previous to ASP.NET Core, previous to .NET Core, so .NET Framework 4.7.2 for instance, and ASP.NET MVC. Okay, so allows building websites using an MVC model view controller design pattern. And MVC is a software architectural pattern. Okay. ASP.NET MVC. Okay, so the first version of ASP.NET MVC is part of what was that? .NET Framework 3. It uses the Razor templating engine, so files with the extension cshtml, which cshtml files can contain valid HTML and other web technologies such as JavaScript and CSS, and also C# blocks. So it's a technology for server-side scripting. Okay, let's follow a tutorial and see how a ASP.NET MVC application looks like in .NET Framework 4.7.2. So I'm going to follow the tutorial by Mosh, step-by-step ASP.NET MVC tutorial. Okay, so let's start Visual Studio. Okay, let's look at what components of Visual Studio I have installed. So I have Visual Studio Community 2019, and I have enabled the workload web and cloud ASP.NET and web development, build web applications using ASP.NET, HTML, JavaScript. Sounds great. I also have .NET desktop development from the desktop and mobile group of workloads, build console applications using C#. Okay, so the .NET Framework 4.7.2 development tools are pre-installed. C#, the Visual Studio Code Editor, contains advanced ASP.NET features, web deploy. Okay, so I just selected desktop and mobile .NET desktop development and ASP and web development. I didn't change anything in individual components, for instance. Okay. Next, let's talk a bit about the MVC architectural pattern. So the view is the web page, so files with extension cshtml. Model are plain old CLR C# classes objects. So they're just objects that you would see in the domain of the problem that you're trying to solve, in the of the application that you're trying to write, such as, I don't know, user group, web page, shopping cart, those things. Okay, they have methods and properties, and controller is used in order to receive the HTTP request and using the model to present to the web user inside of his web browser a fully rendered web page. And in here, so MVC was invented in the 1970s, is used by ASP.NET MVC and by many other web frameworks in different ways. So there's multiple types of MVC architecture. Okay, and the controller and the router in ASP.NET MVC look at the HTTP URL that you're requesting. So when you do HTTP get on a certain URL, that gets sent to the router, and the router will then instantiate the correct controller will call different methods in the controller and might even pass an identifier, for instance, argument to the method on the controller. So for instance, if you request via HTTP the URL /movies, the router will instantiate the controller movies controller. Okay, let's create the Visual Studio solution and project. So I went with File, New Project. I've selected Web, and I have three options. I do not want .NET Core, and I want .NET Framework. So the only possibility is ASP.NET Web application for the .NET Framework, and says you can create ASP.NET MVC applications. So we go next. Okay, today's date. The name of the application should be Vidly. Okay, we select the default .NET Framework, which for Visual Studio 2019 is .NET Framework 4.7.2. Okay, we go create, and then we're presented with these options. So we need to select MVC, a project template for creating ASP.NET MVC applications. Then for authentication, I'm going to use individual user accounts. Okay. Folders and core references just for MVC. Not sure why I cannot uncheck HTTPS. So no Azure, no cloud, no unit tests. Create. Okay, so this is an overview page. I'm going to close it. And next we're going to look at the project, the way it was created using the Visual Studio new project wizard for ASP.NET MVC. So it did scaffolding. So let's look at the individual things that are available in the Solution Explorer. So in order to view the Solution Explorer, you can go view Solution Explorer, Ctrl-Alt-L. I have docked all of the tool windows that I normally use or I use often on the left-hand side of the screen. So in properties is similar to any C# DLL. It's the versioning for block. References, many references. It depends on DLLs from the .NET Framework, so system.web, Microsoft.owin. So these are actually installed via NuGet. Let's look at the NuGet. So installed ANTLR, Bootstrap, Entity Framework, jQuery, jQuery validation, many ASP.NET, including Microsoft.ASP.NET.Razor, Microsoft owin. Okay. owin, Newtonsoft JSON, of course, for JSON, Modernizer, Small and simple JavaScript library. Web Grease. Microsoft.web.infrastructure. Dynamically register HTTP modules at runtime. Okay. Next, app.start. In here we have the important file, which is route config.cs. So in here we register the routes. So when the web browser sends, when you navigate using the web browser to the website that we're going to this website, depending on which URL you enter in the web browser URL bar, that URL will be sent to the IIS web server that will then send it to, will create a .NET Framework 4.7.2 app domain. In there it will load all of these needed DLLs, and the routes will be registered. And for instance, if you request just the website that we're going to run, no other paths, so just the Vidly website, that's going to be the path slash, and slash is going to be handled by the controller that's called home and the action that's called index. Okay, so you can have a controller, a method on that controller class, and an optional parameter argument to that method on this class. Okay. What else? So this is the default route. If we're going to request /movies/popular, it's going to, by convention, instantiate the C# class named movies controller, and it's going to call on that newly created object the method popular. So if we get an HTTP request to our web application for the URL /movies/edit/1, the ASP.NET MVC router infrastructure will find the correct controller, which is movies controller. So coding by convention will instantiate this controller, and then it will, so it's done with the first part of the URL. The second part is /edit. So for that it will call the method edit, and the third part of the URL /1 will be the value of the parameter of the method edit. Okay. So controller action ID. ID is the parameter, action is the method, controller is the type. If you call /movies, it will call movies controller dot index. Because this is the action index. If you don't pass an action, this is the default value for the method that will be called. And the ID parameter is optional. Okay. Next, solution folder. is content, which in this case contains Bootstrap, which is a frontend, so a inside the web browser CSS framework. This is an actual CSS file. This is the map, so it's used for what? For, I don't know, debugging symbols or something. Min, this is this file, so bootstrap.css, and processed with a tool to make it be smaller and usually on one line, which is, I'm not sure why. Okay. Bootstrap theme, CSS, another file, and then the minified version of the same file with map files for debugging purposes. Okay. What else? We have the solution folder controllers. We've already seen inside Upstart that there's a route configured for home. So if you request /, this means that you did not specify which controller will be instantiated. So the controller that's going to be instantiated is the default one, which is defined in here. So controller by default is home. So it will go home. And if no method is given, so the URL has just one slash, doesn't have 3 slashes, then the method to be called is index. .index, and the ID parameter is optional, so no ID will be provided. Okay, let's look how home controller.index looks like. Home controller .index, so this is the method of the object, not of the class, so it's not static. Doesn't take any parameters. Okay, so we can see that there's slash, which calls the method index, and then there's /about and /contact. Or /about. Controller /action /id. Let me run this thing and see how the 3 methods index, about, and contact actually work. So I press on the run button, which is debug start without debugging, Control F5. This project is configured to use SSL, which is a problem. The Visual Studio new project of type ASP.NET MVC wizard did not allow me to disable HTTPS, which I wanted. So now we need to play shenanigans with self-signed HTTPS certificates, etc. Trust games. And I'm not going to be able to inspect the flow between web browser and web server using Wireshark. Okay. So it has opened Firefox on port 44354. And we're on slash. So if we don't specify anything after the protocol, host, and port, this is the same as specifying slash. Okay. Which is the same thing as going slash index. Nope. Which is the same as going slash home. Yup. So after slash, the first part so the URL could be in the form protocol, HTTPS in this case, then host, so localhost, or an IPv4 address, and then port, because we're not using the default port, so port HTTPS, we're not using the HTTPS port. Which is 443 by default. For HTTP, the default port is 80 by default, so we're not using the default port. That's why we need to specify the port. So host colon port. And then if we don't specify anything, it's the same as if we would request slash. And then in here we can see that the first part after the first slash is the name of the controller. We already have 3 controllers: account, home, and manage controller. So if we write home lowercase, we will be taken to the controller that's named home. And since we did not specify an action, the default action is going to be slash index, and then ID is not mandatory. So we can go slash home, takes us to the same place. We can go slash home slash index. Yep. And we can even give it some strange long integer as parameter. Okay? Because the ID is optional. So this will be passed to the method index if the method index has a parameter but it does not have. So this thing cannot be passed to as a parameter to the index method. Index is the actual name of the method, and home is the name of the controller, so home controller. Lowercase home in the URL gets converted into uppercase HOME, uppercase C controller to this class. Okay, so there's home slash about, there's home slash contact. Okay, next. Account does not seem to have an index method. So there's get slash account slash register, post slash account slash register. Let's see if the URL is case sensitive or not. Let's make this uppercase M. It works. Make this uppercase T. Works. Make this uppercase H. M. Works. Home 1 should not work. Does not. Okay, so we can use any capitalization in the URL, but it's better if we stick to one of the better capitalization, all lowercase. It's the preferred one. If not, what's written the way it's defined in the source code, so /account/register with an uppercase A and uppercase R. So there's a /account/login, /account/login, /account/verify code, /account/register, and there's gets and posts. So get and post are HTTP methods. Possible request methods for HTTP. The most often used one is get, to download the entire file, head, to download just the headers, and do not download the body, so just metadata about the file, not the body of the file, the content of the file. Post, usually used to push data towards the HTTPS server from the web browser. Okay, I do not know about trace, connect, patch, options. Put is what was the method of dove? WebDAV extends the set of standard HTTP verbs and headers for request methods. There's also copy, lock, make, collection, move, property find, property patch, unlock. Okay, so these are different things. Copy, lock, make, call, move, pro find, pro patch, and unlock. And it seems that so I've only used these three: get, head, and post. Delete might be used for CRUD, create, read, update, delete. So for the delete action, the delete quarter of CRUD. The put method requests that the target resource create or update its state with a state defined by the representation enclosed in request. Is different from post because the client specifies the target location on the server. Transfer the received body, received request in the response body. Patch. Modify its state according to the partial update defined in representation enclosed in request. All general-purpose web servers are required to implement at least get and head. All other methods are considered optional by the specification. So when you do an HTTP request, you usually use the verbs get, post, or head. That's the three most important in my opinion. And you can see in here routing for /account/register for the HTTP verb get, and then the same URL but for a different HTTP verb, which is post. Method, request method. So not HTTP verb, but HTTP request method. Sometimes referred as verbs. So verb is informal. And the canonical name is HTTP request method. HTTP method. Okay. Get/account/confirm email. Get/account/forgot password. Post. Account forgot password. Okay, back to where we were. So the home controller is returning the view, whatever the view is, and the same view is returned by not the same. There's different views for the methods index, about, and contact. Again, programming by convention. So about CS/HTML, so CS for C# and then HTML. So HTML plus C#, razor. This part is HTML, this part is HTML, this part is HTML, this part is C#. This part is C#, this part is HTML. This part is C#. Okay, so the about CS/HTML, which is part of the view in model view controller, which is used to generate HTML that's going to be sent from the web server to the user client, to the web browser, says like this: h2 title, which comes from nowhere. Viewback title is about. Okay, so h2 and then about. And after viewback.title, there's a dot, and then everything enclosed with HTML h2 tags. So let's look at the selection source. h2 about.h2, correct. Then there's an h3 viewback.message, and the message is your application description page. Your applications. Control S. How do we redeploy? /home/about. Okay, and then in about C cshtml says 2 new lines and then a paragraph with a text. Use this area to provide additional information. Dot. So let's see the 2 new lines. So there's a new line here and a new line between lines 6 and 7. Okay, and then it's a part that's not defined in about.cshtml, which is the footer, and then a part which is not defined in about.cshtml, which is the header, this part. Okay, so now we know kind of everything there's to know about the controller home controller. There's 3 methods. There's separate cshtml for each of the methods, and there's a header and a footer that's applied automatically. Okay. Then there's the fonts directory. Which is a single font, glyph icons dot halflinks minus halflinks minus regular in 3, 4, 5 formats. There's the usual one which we already know, which is TTF, which is true type font, which is the same format that we see in here. These things. So these ones seem soon bold TTF. Arial.ttf looks like this. Okay, and glyph icons halflinks regular.ttf looks like this. Okay, other formats, SVG, which is a not raster image but vector image format, so it's an actually an XML. So XML version 1.0 doctype SVG, and then the first tag is SVG, which ends at the very end with /SVG, this thing. Control home. And other formats, EOT, WOFF, and WOFF2. Which is what? Web Open Font Format. .woff, .woff2, font format used in web pages are open type or true type fonts with additional XML metadata. Okay, so what is it actually? It's a WOFF format, so it's a binary file. And this is WOF2. Okay, and EOT, again a binary format. Okay. And so the directory could be placed in better places, the fonts directory, such as besides the other static files such as CSS inside of the content directory. And also the name of the folder is different. It's lowercase f, whereas the other Visual Studio Solution folders use Pascal capitalization. So I start with an uppercase letter and all other words start with an uppercase letter. Okay, next up, models. These are the actual business logic C# objects, C# objects from the business domain. View models, with public properties. Phone number has the public property number. Verify phone number view model has two public properties, code and phone number. So all of the view models are like this. POCO, plain old CLR objects with just public properties with getters and setters. We'll be back. Next, scripts. So the content contained CSS files. So these are static files. Files that are not dynamically generated before being served by the web server. So they stay unchanged for months. Okay. So content, static files, font, static files, and scripts, also static files. There's Bootstrap, which is for the website front-end theming. There's jQuery, a very useful extension to the JavaScript programming language. So jQuery, IntelliSense, Min, maps for debugging, Slim, validators, bunch, and then modernizer. Okay. What's next? the last solution folder is views, which all of the files in here have the extension cshtml, so use Razor, are part pure HTML, part C#. Okay, the C# parts are either a single line with no semicolon, and at the start of the line there's the @ character, or a block starting with @ character and curly brackets, ending with curly brackets, and there's also, so this is just a single line, and prepended to the line is the @ character, whereas add model is a special instruction which makes this strong type be available for this type. So this type is actually dynamic, but when you specify add model, the type of model, this model becomes strong typed, and the IntelliSense in Visual Studio knows the list of public properties and methods of the model because they are taken from this class. Okay. The favorite icon looks like this. A number of resolutions and bit depths, so just one bit depth, 32 bits per pixel, 32 bits, which means 8-bit 1 byte red, 1 byte green, 1 byte blue, so RGB, and 1 byte alpha, so RGB and A, with a resolution 16 by 16, 32 by 32, and 48 by 48, and 64 by 64. These are being used as the icon of the website. Depending on the website, might be shown in such in here in Firefox, it's shown in the tab, or if the web browser doesn't have tabs, it might show the icon in the web browser title bar, might be shown in the URL bar. Okay, next up, global ASAX. So there's a global.asax file. global.asax.cs, and there's a file global.asax, which is one line. Says application code behind global asax.cs inherits Vidly MVC application language C#. Okay, so these two files are a pair, global.asax and global.asax.cs. They're shown as a tree view in here, so global.asax is the parent, then global.asax.cs is the child, and then inside the CS file, Solution Explorer in Visual Studio will show the classes and the children of the class. So in this case, just one method which is protected called application underscore start. Okay, MVC application is the name of the public class, inherits from system.web.http application. Defines methods, properties, and events that are common to all application objects in an ASP.NET application. Okay. The registration of routes happens in on line 17. Route config register routes. Which is the first method that we actually looked at. Route table dot routes. Gets a collection of objects. Okay. What's next? Packages.config. So this is the list of NuGet packages that are part of the C# project Vidly. So we saw it has, I don't know, 40 or maybe more NuGet packages. Yeah, I don't know, maybe 40. So Antler, Bootstrap, Entity Framework, jQuery, Microsoft ASP.NET Identity, ASP.NET MVC, Razor, Web Optimization, Web Pages, CodeDOM, jQuery, OWIN, Web.Infrastructure, Modernizer, Newtonsoft JSON, OWIN, and WebGrease. Okay, and most of the NuGet packages, because they were added to the project by means of the Visual Studio project wizard, new project wizard. They're not the latest version and are in fact upgradable. So there's 20 updates that we might install. But I'm not going to do that because updating NuGet packages is not a joke. It's a very serious business and you need to know what you're doing in here. For instance, sometimes it's relatively safe to upgrade to the latest version with the same major version. So in this case, the major version is 3, minor version 4, and micro 1. So going to the latest version that starts with the 4 dots, so 4.6.1, 3. 3.4.1. So the 3 is 4.1 is the newest in the version for the versions with a major of 3. So I would think twice before making the jump to the major version 4. Whereas in here, Entity Framework 6.2.0 versus 6.4.4. Okay, it's totally, I will totally not upgrade any of the NuGet packages. Requires planning, requires testing the application again and again each time you upgrade a NuGet package. Okay, we can see the list. So it's an XML file with a list of packages. So this is line 3. This is line 30. So there's 27 of them. Okay. What's next? Startup.cs. Just one class, startup with two methods, configure authentication and configuration. So this is from Owin. Owin Google. Two-factor authentication. Twitter authentication, Facebook authentication, Google authentication, Microsoft authentication. Okay, so a unified way to authenticate using ASP.NET with different authentication providers, most common of which are indeed these. So Microsoft account, which is the account you use for office.com, for outlook.office.com, for M365, for Azure, right? And then Twitter, Facebook, and the Google account. Okay, so why do we use NuGet? We use NuGet because we don't want to include in our project each individual CS file, each individual font, each individual script. And because if you include, I know, jQuery validate unobtrusive min.js, that might, I know, depend on jQuery min.js. So you don't really know which .js file depends on which JS file. So by using packages, NuGet packages, when you install jQuery validation, it will put a number of JS files in your scripts directory, and then it will say yes, but then the jQuery validation NuGet package depends on the jQuery package. So that package will be also installed with the correct version, a version that is compatible with a version of jQuery validation, and all of the files from the package jQuery will be added to your C# project in the correct directories. And when there's a new version available of jQuery validation, it's really easy. Just go right click, manage NuGet packages, updates, and then jQuery validation, and select the version that you want to upgrade to, and then go press the update button, and then select files will disappear from your project and select files will appear in your project. This is the process of upgrading files. Files will disappear, and then new versions of the same file or new files will appear in there. So we use package managers because the package managers know their dependencies on which other NuGet packages needs to be installed in order to install the NuGet package that you actually want. And in order to install those packages correctly, maybe if you just copy random files from the internet, you'll miss some which are part of the same package, which NuGet will not miss. And then easy way to update the files themselves by updating the package. And a easy to use UI, which is the manage NuGet packages. Okay. Next. web.config. So web.config is a 3 sibling files. There's web.config, web.debugconfig, and web.release.config. So a tuple of 3 files. There's connection strings for SQL servers. Unobtrusive JavaScript enabled or not. Runtime target framework. The similar to .NET framework executables. So when you create a .NET framework executable using Visual Studio Code, it will create a file called app.config. And when you build that executable, 2 files will be created. Executable.exe and executable.config. And the .config file should be deployed alongside the file with the extension exe. And in there, you might have things like the assembly binding, where if the executable requires a DLL of a certain version, like Microsoft.owin.security.3.000, and beside in the same directory with the executable, you have a newer version of the Microsoft.owin.security, such as 4. The executable will refuse to load the newer DLL because it's not exactly the version that it needs. But then by using binding redirect, you override that mechanism and you say that any version of Microsoft owing security from starting with major 0 to major 4 is as good as version 3 with major 3, which is the file that's actually required by the executable. Okay. So the difference between the two. Okay, we see the difference. So the web.release.config looks inside of the web.config file, and if it finds an attribute that has the bug, it removes all of those attributes. So let's see such a XML. There's no such thing, there's no debugging here. Okay. What's next? Let's close all of the tabs. And it says go to models, solution folder, right click, add class. And we need to name this class movie. Okay. So as models usually do, we need to have public properties in here. For that, we will use Visual Studio templates. So we write prop. We see all of these templates: prop, prop A, prop DP, prop full, prop G. Note tab twice to insert the prop snippet. So I'm going to press once and twice. I need to create a table named movie, which is an SQL table, which has as first column the PK, the private key. So that's public int. I press tab, ID, and I press enter. Enter again, prop, tab, and then the rest of the columns of the movie SQL table. So I have a public property of type string named name. So I go string, tab, name, enter, enter. Okay, so movies have names and have a primary key, which is an ID, which usually are integer, non-null, auto-increment. Okay, Control X to delete this thing. And then we will have a /movies/random URL. So let's save this thing. /movies/random, which will return a random movie. So that's movies controller, and the method is called random. Okay. This thing we will add into the controller's solution folder. So controller's new controller. Right click on the controller's solution folder, add controller, and we could use one of the more complex defaults, but we're going to write the controller with as least scaffolding as possible. So the file should be as empty as possible, and we'll add ourselves all of the parts of the controller. So MVC5 controller empty. The name is going to be movies. I press enter. Okay, and the new file is called created moviescontroller.cs, which inherits from controller, has just one method for the URL /movies, because index is the default method. Okay, which returns the view. Which do we have the view or not? No, we have just an empty directory inside of the solution folder view. So there's views and movies, but movies is empty. So similar to home, movies will have at least one cshtml file in there. Okay. We do not need the method random, so the method index of slash movies. Let's go with random. Which is slash movies, which is the name of the controller, and then the name of the method random. And the HTTP method is HTTP get. Okay, let's create a movie. So var movie equals new of movie control dot using vidly dot models, yes, and then let's initialize the public properties, not the ID, just the name, and the name is rec with a exclamation point. Control S. Okay. And the view result controller view F7. It builds, which is strange because we do not have the view for slash movie slash random. I have started not where are you? Not with run without debugger, but with run inside of debugger. Let me clean this up. Application insights, no need for that. Okay, so the port was kept the same for 4354. Now we have slash movies. YMR using uppercase. Okay. There's no slash movies slash index method. No slash index method, yes. Okay. There is a random method, but there's no view random. So there was no file inside of the root of the IIS server, which is which. Let's see what's where is the root of the IIS server. So for that we will need sysinternal suit. Sysinternal suit, a zip file. It did not ask where to save, which is wrong. Cut. blank page, and download. Ask, where are you? Always ask where to save. Okay. So let's go to the downloads, cut, and paste into the bin directory. Let's extract this internal suite with 7-zip. Okay. What should we use? Process Explorer. I agree. The process is probably called IIS Express. Yes, that's the name. IIS Express with a command line, and we can see the command line. So it says C program files x86 IIS express.exe and /config C :/admin. Yes. Work daily 2023 Q1 vidly.vs. Okay, let's look what's there. Show hidden files. How do we do that? I don't know. Show hidden system files. Okay, like this. So .vs vidly, back to where we were. Config application host config, this thing. Okay, so this is the configuration file for IIS, which is the Microsoft's web server. So let's see what it says. How can we line wrap this thing? AS sites home website 1. Vidly. So there's a site named Vidly, which has the physical path in the actual directory of the C# project. So if this were a Git repository, then inside of that Git repository, and a good moment to stop and actually put this solution under version control. So let me do that. We don't have Git yet, so let's install it. Git download 64-bit portable inside of the cbin directory. Okay, let's run this thing. Where do you want to install? C:\temp /bin portable git? Yes. Okay, this is it. Let's run git cmd. Mark copy names with path to clipboard this thing. Inside the, so this is the first directory, the directory that contains the SLN file solution. Control V. We need to go git init here. Okay, so it has created a hidden file directory.git. Now we'll need to add files, but first, before adding files, we'll need to add the .gitignore file. Gitignore ASP.NET MVC. There's such a thing. Okay. So there's no such thing. So we'll use the .gitignore file for Visual Studio. So gitignore Visual Studio, this guy. Go raw. Go save page as. The directory is this one. Control C. Control V. And just keep .gitignore. Save. And also, before adding files, we'll want to create a git attributes file where we say that the end terminators will need to stay unchanged. So git will not mess with the line end terminators. Not CR, not LF, not CRLF, not nothing. Okay, for that I need to tell it that all of the files are not text. So not text is probably minus text. And for everything. Okay, so like this. What's this strange editor? I'll also need a text editor. C, Windows, System32, Notepad, open, apply, okay, F4, Control V. So all JPGs are not text. All everythings are not text. And then a trailing new line, Control S. End of line conversion. So Git, please do not perform any end of line conversion. We're not using the same source code both on Linux and on Windows. And if we do, we're going to use on Windows just lf, the same as on macOS and Linux. Okay, so that's about it. Git GUI. So let's see what it found. Git attributes. Okay. Git ignore. Why is git ignore not ignoring the .vs directory? Because .vs is ignored. Because it has the extension .txt. Okay, let's fix that. Shift F4. .git ignore. Not like this. Shift delete. Shift F6. Git ignore. Okay, rescan. So git ignore is the default file, and we'll need to fiddle with it. So let's go back to where we were and mark inside of the git ignore file where we started to copy from and where we ended. So start of this, Control end of this, and this is project specific. Okay, and let's put dots, make comments, properties, but not this with URLs. So Ctrl S, rescan. So now we know the block that was downloaded from this URL. In case whatever is at this URL changes, we will again copy the contents from here and paste them between the start of and the end of. So from here to here. So that was click, shift click. So I like it the way it looks like. The SLN, we always need the SLN. These look like legit files. CSS, yes. Controllers, global, models, properties, yes. Scripts, yes. Views, everything in views. I click on the icon to take a file that has unstaged changes and make all of the changes inside of the file. So a file that's added is changed in its entirety, but it's not staged. If I click on the icon, it becomes staged. Okay, so it looks correct. It did not include the /packages directory, which contains a ton of files and has a large size, 95 megabytes, which is the NuGet packages were downloaded and expanded in this directory. It did not add the directory.vs because these are local settings from Visual Studio. It did not add the build artifacts directory, so obj debug, bin, etc. The initial commit always has the same git commit message. Initial commit. Since it is a title, I cannot end it with a dot. Okay, it complains that did not specify a global user name and user email. Let's do that. So go git config minus global user dot email. Git config global user email. Yes. And then user name. Okay, like this. CLS. Yes, it works. Okay. Rescan. Commit. Let's look at the history. So the history has just one git commit, which is the initial commit. It has my correct name and my correct email address. The only type of changes is files that were added. So you can see it says new file, so the file was added. And then starting at the position line 0, column 0, everything is added. Okay. This is the gitignore file. This is the SLN file. This is the banner config CS file. This is the filter config CS file, etc. Okay, so now we have a backup. Git backups are really important because they give you the they make it such you can code fearlessly. Okay, so let's close some of the tabs by clicking my middle clicking. So I click on the mouse wheel on the Firefox tab. Okay, and back to where we were. So isexpress.exe exists, where are you? In the directory where it was installed. So c colon / program files x86 isexpress / isexpress.exe. And then the configuration file is the one that we've looked at in here in the .vs directory, and that just specifies that this is the actual root of the web server's website vidly. So the ISXpress web server hosts more than one HTTP sites, and one of the sites is called vidly, and the www root of that website is this directory. We can see it in here. Where were we? So vs vidly config application host, and these are general settings, are not just for our website. And then the websites follow. So there's a website called website 1, which is going to be served on HTTP port 8080 and has its www root in IS sites home website 1. The second website is called Vidly, has an ID of 2, and the slash HTTP URL corresponds to this directory. Okay, to this directory. So if we go /favicon.eco, it actually serves the fave icon. Okay, so all of the files that are in here can be served by IS Express if they have, depending on the type. So if I have ICO files or JPEG files or JS files or other static files, they will be served as they are. So for instance, I can go to fonts / this thing. And it's indeed the SVG. So all of the files that exist in this directory can be served via the web server and the web browser. You just need to go https:// the name of this machine, then port 44354, which we can see in here is the HTTPS port, and this website is also served via HTTP, so no HTTPS certificates on this other port 50660. So let's see that. Control V, and now the protocol is not HTTPS anymore, it's HTTP. And it works. Okay. It does not show contents of directories because directory browse enable is set to false. I'm not sure where. Directory browse allow. Directory browse enabled false. Okay, let's look there. So it says in the section system.webbrowser. So this is an XML file. This is the tag system.webbrowser, which is this one. System web browser, where are you? System web server / directory browse. And the child XML tag is this guy, directory browse, which is enabled false. So let's enable this thing. Go through. Let's restart IIS. And now we try to go to /fonts. And it shows us that fonts is a directory. It understands, IS Express, the web server, understands that fonts is a directory that exists in its root directory, and it looks at the IIS Express configuration, sees that users are allowed to see the listing of directories. There's no file inside the directory /fonts that should be shown instead with a bigger priority than actually listing the fonts directory, so it just lists the fonts directory. Let's create a file that has a bigger priority than listing of the of directories. So Shift F4, index.html. Let's put a 4 in here, Ctrl S and refresh. And now it shows me this file, index.html. There's other possibilities, F2, index.html with an uppercase M to show that everything is case insensitive. Ctrl S, refresh, and again the Windows file names and directory names and paths are handled in a case insensitive manner. Does not matter if the extension is HT and uppercase M and an L, or all uppercase or lowercase HTML. Okay, and the same thing for web browser URLs. Those are case insensitive also. So I could go like uppercase N. Okay. What other possibilities are? We could have ASPX. Okay, F4. I do not know any ASPX tag. Ctrl S, refresh. So ASPX is not configured to be preferred to listing the directory. Okay. So right now we're at the fact that we have added the controller named movies controller. And if we try to navigate to the URL that's served by movies controller and the method random, it fails because it says that there's no such thing random of type view. There's no other master view that can be served, and it has looked in the following places. So tilde in the sense of the web server www root, so the root directory of the web server, which is this directory. There's no views directory, and inside movies directory and inside random.spx, random.scx, random.aspx. What is it? This is shared views. Okay, so it falls back to the shared directory and then goes back to views movies, so this directory, looks for random.cshtml, so C# HTML, so Razor for C#, Razor for Visual Basic, and then these two Razor files inside of the shared directory. So we see that /views/shared is a fallback directory. If you don't feel like putting your view in the correct directory, the directory of the controller, then you might put it inside of the directory /views/shared. Okay, so the next thing that we do is this thing. We create a file like this. Okay, so for this we go to the Solution Explorer, which for this we need to stop debugging. Solution Explorer, collapse everything, expand the project CS proj widely, expand views, expand movies. There's nothing to expand in here. And then we go right click and add, and the preferred option in this menu is a view. Okay, and the name of the view we know is, because we IIS Express has shown us the name, which is uppercase R random. Okay. Okay. Then we can create a partial view. This checkbox, which we do not want. We could use a layout page. If we leave it empty, then the layout page will be the view start file. So views, shared, and layout. Okay, this is the default one, a layout page. We'll see what this thing does. So add it. Let's see what it did. So inside of shared, we preferred layout, which will create a file with doc type HTML, HTML head, body, and it ends the body and the HTML. It renders jQuery bootstrap scripts, and then there's the render body method. So this is the top navigation menu. This is the footer that we saw, so on HR, and then a copyright and the correct year. So whenever you run your website, the copyright year will always be the current one, because the IIS will ask ASP.NET to convert the CSS HTML file to an HTML file, and at that moment server-side scripting will be performed, and this C# thing will be replaced with 2023 in this case. Okay, so it's just one C# line and prepended an @ character. Okay, so this is the actual web page that's shown, and what we tweak using a second cshtml file is this thing, a viewback.title, and this thing, which is a render body. Let's look in here. So we say a viewback.title is random. So this part will be replaced with random. So the title will be random space minus space mysp.net application. Okay. Then it says that it uses this layout file, so nothing. We are done with these 2 lines of C#. And then there's this pure HTML part, so line 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this part will be cut from here and pasted in here, so between lines 32 and 34. Okay. Don't save. Okay, next, what do we have? Let's save this thing. Debug, start without debugging. It starts at the correct web page, which is /movie/random. So when we edit a CS/HTML file, the Visual Studio runner will try to navigate to the best URL, which in this case is /movie/random, which corresponds to the view movies random. Okay. What happens here is that movies controller will be instantiated because it takes this part of the URL, appends a controller, and then instantiates this thing. After the second slash in the URL, there's random. So it looks for a method that's named random. It's public on the object of type movies controller, finds it, then runs this thing. So it creates a model. So it creates a SQL row in the table movie, as it were. So it creates an object of type movie. Let's rename this thing movie controllers. Okay, and then it says return the view. The view is in fact layout.chtml. All of the C# parts get replaced correctly, so styles.render goes /content/css/bundle/modernizer. Where are those? I don't know what these things do. Scripts. And then bundles modernizer. What is that? Scripts, no bundle, no modernizer. And styles render, which is content, this thing, CSS. I don't know. Okay, these parts, HTML action link contact home, is in fact this thing. So it's an LI. The last one. The contact one. Where this thing. So it's an LI, starts in here and ends in here. It says HTML action link. So this, in this case, I can see that it's a href, and the URL is computed. So contact home. So that's /home, which is the controller, and then /contact, which is the method. And the title of the A is contact. So link text, action name, controller name. So this first one is actually this. This is the method, and this is the class. So let's make this, change the text of the A with contact us. Ctrl S. And start again without debugging. Okay, layout.cshtml did not know what page we want. So we want to go to the home contact. No, it's okay in here. So it says contact us. All of the web pages have the same heading and the same footer, and the heading for all of the pages says contact us instead of contact as it was previously. Okay. Now we have created an object of type movie, and we actually want to show it in /movies/random. So in here.
Now we have a view on this.
So we need to pass from the C# world into the cshtml world the object that we just created, this thing. Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Okay, view has just one parameter, which is an object, so it's an opaque type and not strong typed, and this is the model. So could be a view and a master, a view and an object without any parameters, with a model parameter, a view and a model, a view, a master and a model, or just a view name. Interesting. Ctrl S. So we passed via the type object this object from the C# world to the cshtml world. Okay. So let's see how this thing is done. Instead of random, we might use @ so it means that we have the right to put a C# line in here. Your model, but model is dynamic, so it comes in as an object opaque, and we do not have any sort of useful IntelliSense. Okay, so we want to strong type that we want to use strong typing on model. So this thing has, Visual Studio knows its actual type, so it will provide IntelliSense for us. So the list of methods, public methods and public properties. So for that we need to use @model, and we say what model do we have, so it's movies. Doesn't do auto completion. F7. Nope. And it doesn't even validate it doesn't do any build checks on this file to make sure the file is valid or not when I build F7. Okay, so it's this thing. Controllers dot movie, not controllers, models dot movie. Okay, Control S, and now model is not dynamic anymore, but it's the model. Gets the model property of the associated view data dictionary object. Okay, let's see if auto-completion works now. Yes, it does. So we have an ID and a name. ID and name. Okay. We know the type of the name property. It's string, has a getter, a setter, correct? Control S, debug, start without debugging. And now it says Shrek instead of saying what is said before, which is the string random. Okay, let's see what's next. Next is we put a different style to the page, and for that we're going to use the fact that our website already uses Bootstrap. We are going to style the web application using Bootstrap. Bootstrap is already installed. We can see that it's installed in the NuGet packages. It says Bootstrap by Twitter incorporated. A framework in CSS includes fonts and JavaScript. We can see it in content, Bootstrap theme. We can see it in scripts, bootstrap.js, bootstrap.min.js. So we're going to look for a theme for Bootstrap. So one such site which has themes for Bootstrap, for the Bootstrap framework, is Bootswatch. Let's go there. Okay, says free themes for Bootstrap, and we're going to go with the theme Lumen. So this is how it looks like. Light and shadow. Navbars, typography, buttons, etc. HTTP forms, HTML forms. Okay. So we go lumen bootstrap.css and we'll download the style sheet and rename it in order not to conflict with our existing bootstrap.css file. So we go vidly, content, this is bootstrap.css, so we name it bootstrap minus lumen.css. Let's look inside the directory, so content bootstrap minus lumen.css, F3, so it's not minified. Okay. Next, let's make it available in Visual Studio. So it's not available by default. Show all files. Include in project bootstrap lumen.css. Okay. Next. There's the app_start bundle config. At the start of the application, we saw that bundle route are set up in where are you? This thing. So this sets bundle config, which is this thing, sets route config, which is this thing, sets filter config, which is this thing, and area registration, register all areas. Okay, so we need to go to the bundle config. And I didn't know where ~/scripts and ~/styles comes from, but now we kind of see it. So the main cshtml file is shared_layout.cshtml, and it starts by including ~content/css and ~bundles/modernizer. So ~bundles and ~content/css. Where were we? ~bundles is here, and ~content, this is ~bundles/modernizer, and there's ~content/css, which is a style bundle which includes these two files. Okay. So there's a bundle for jQuery. a bundle for jQuery value, bundle for modernizer, a bundle for Bootstrap, and ~content/css with 2 files. Okay, so we want to stop using bootstrap.css. We want to use bootstrap-lumen.css. Ctrl S. And we just run with, for instance, this page. Debug, start without debugging. And it looks really, really bad. I got the theme Bootstrap Lumen to work. So the problem is that the version of Bootstrap that's bundled with the Visual Studio new project wizard for ASP.NET MVC is 2 major versions behind. So when we go manage NuGet packages, we can see that Bootstrap is installed in the Vidly project at version major 3, and right now it's at the version major 5. So I have installed 3.4.1 and the current version is 5.2.3. Again, not easy or to update the NuGet package. I totally will not update the package. So that means that we need to use Bootstrap themes that are made for Bootstrap version major 3, so Bootstrap 3. So for that, I'm on the bootswatch.com/lumen website, and I have the option of downloading the bootstrap.css file, and this is for which version of Bootstrap? So it says Lumen v5, maybe it's for Bootstrap version 5. And it says 5 Lumen bootstrap.css. So again, I'm going to guess that it's a version 5 of the framework Bootstrap. And says Bootstrap version 5. Okay. So the other option that I have is GitHub. It says Toma Spark. It says v5 in the branch selector, so the Git branches are v5, v3, and v4. I'm going to v3, and in here I see a structure that's very familiar, very similar to this structure. So this is actually the source of this website. At version 3 the site looked differently. We still have a Lumen Bootstrap theme, but for Bootstrap version 3, and bootstrap.css, the file. Let's download this thing. How do we download a file? Raw, save page as vidly content, and it wants to put the extension.txt, which I do not like. So bootstrap -lumen.css, and in order to not this file to not have the extension.css.txt, I'm going to put a trailing dot. So bootstrap -lumen.css and then dot. This way I will not have a second file extension, which is txt. Save. Says that exists a file bootstrap-lumen.css already exists. Yes, I do want to replace it. Okay. And now I can go to any cshtml file and run in the debugger. And this did not work, the menu. Menu now works correctly. Home, about, contact us. Okay. What's next? Let me close some extra pages. So we went over the what is ASP.NET, how ASP.NET is configured in IIS Express, how Visual Studio, what's inside the Visual Studio wizard of type new project ASP.NET MVC, the structure of directories and files, how we can start any CS HTML file using the debugger inside of Visual Studio. The way CS HTML files are composed. So we have layout.cshtml and inside we put random.cs HTML. We looked at the routing controllers. We've created a new model for our business object, domain object named movie. And now a bunch more features will be added to the solution. So let's make a backup first. Save in Git GUI, refresh. So instead of Bootstrap, now we have Bootstrap Lumen. We have added Bootstrap Lumen of Bootstrap version 3, exact same version that we have. So the last version 3, so 3.4.1. In movie controller, we're passing from the C# this object to the CS HTML world. Now views movies has a CS HTML file for the method random, which is this, and which actually uses the movie that's passed to us. So model is of type C# dynamic. We told it it's actually of type models.movie, and now name is actually of type string. I have edited the text of the HTML anchor from contact to contact us. I do not like this change, so I'm going to revert it. So I go click on the file, not on the icon, so on the name of the file, commit, revert changes, Ctrl J. Yes, revert. Okay, so after movies random, let's say add movies random .cs html, commit. Okay, let's go back to the movies controller and look at what the method random does. So the method returns type action result. System.web.mvc.action result. Whereas this is a method that we inherited from the base class. So this is, you could write this like this. It's really a method. Return the value returned by this method, by the method view. Again, the method view comes from the base class, which is the controller. Okay, what type does view return? View does not return an action result. Instead, it returns a view result. Okay, and view result inherits from view result base, which then inherits from action result. Okay, so let's write that down. View result is returned by this dot view. Inherits from action result. Okay, so one method that we have on our object is called view. But then we also have the method partial view, which is this thing. We also have the method content for just returning plain text. So we give it a string and it returns that string. It has the method JSON, which returns a JSON serialized. It also has a method called redirect. This thing, which redirects to another URL. There's also the method file. Is this thing has overloads, and these methods view, partial view, content, redirect, redirect to action, JSON, file, HTTP not found, return types that are different from the type action result. Action result is actually the base type of all of these return types. So file content result is the return of result of the return type of the method file, and that inherits from action result. Okay, partial view returns partial view result, which inherits from action result. So all of these methods that already exist on the base type controller return different types with names ending with result. All of those inherit from action result. So if it does not matter what type you return, if you say it returns, if your method returns action result, this cast will work correctly from view result to action result. Of course, you can replace action result with view result. It will still work okay. Okay. But if there are cases where you're forced to return action result, not a more specific type, and that case is when you have things like if a equals 5, then you're going to return, I don't know, a redirect. HTTPS generalerror.com. Okay. So in this case, you have two different branches, this branch and the final branch. They return different types. One returns a redirect result, the other one returns a view result. You cannot make the random method return view result because you cannot cast redirect result to view result. So that's when you're forced to return the base type of the results, which is action result. Okay. If we just want to return a plain string, we can always make it return content. Control S, random.cshtml and go. Okay, let's see what happens if I open the debugger from Movies controller. It takes me to the wrong place. Okay. Okay, let's see 404. HTTP not found. Overload with the status description. Let's not use that. Control S, F5. What did I do? This thing. Okay, so it returns HTTP error 404 not found. Okay, then there's empty result. redirect permanent, redirect to action. Let's go redirect permanent. And expects a URL as string. Let's redirect to like this, Control S, go, and it redirects. Great. Or we can redirect inside of our page. Redirect to action. So string action name and route values, action name, controller name. Route value dictionary. Okay, so let's go with action name and controller name. So we have the action, that's the index web page. So index, the controller, home controller, Control S, F5. Okay, it redirects. Why? Control S. Okay, so it went to /movies/random and then it redirected here to /, which is controller home and the method index. Okay. Let's see what the other overloads are. So there's route values, route value dictionary. So let's go with the route value dictionary. New. Okay, so this dictionary is used for putting queries inside of the URL. So we can go page equals 1, sort by equals name, Control S, and run it. Okay, so I needed to clean everything in history, so absolutely everything, because otherwise it kept redirecting randomly. Sometimes the /movies/random page worked correctly and it redirected to /. Some other times it redirected to the website that I told it to redirect some time ago. So the caches in the web browser get heavily in the way of fast development loop. So you change the website, you build the website, you run the website, and you still have an old version of the website inside your web browser's cache. Okay, I can see a bug in here. There's a no. Okay, so I told the movie controller that when the random action is called, it should actually redirect to another controller, to the controller home method index, and I also gave it a HTTP URL query, which is this part. The question mark, the first name equals value and character, second value name and its value. HTTP URL query. So it's called a URL query string. Query string. The question mark is used as a separator and is not part of the query string. So the query string is everything that's after the question mark. So the default is ampersand for adding multiple query parameters in the query string. Okay, each pair there's a field name and a value separated by an equals sign. Query string is composed of a series of field value pairs. Okay. So that's how we specify the URL string query, by giving pairs of name and value. We can use strings, integers, and this is actually an object. Okay. So an HTTP or HTTPS request comes from the web browser to the IS web server that talks to the .NET framework, talks to the MVC framework. The MVC framework will then look at the list of so if it's a static file, it will just serve it. If it's just a directory, then it might or not display the listing of the directory. But in the cases where there's actually routes defined, it will look at those routes and it will instantiate the correct controller, call it the correct method with the correct parameters. Okay, the parameter to the method might be passed as a query string or as after the third slash. So we might have slash movies slash edit slash 1 or slash movies slash edit and then question mark, and then the query string starts, so id equals 1, id name, and 1 the value. Okay, so let's go there, return not this, but this, Control S. Okay, nothing to git commit. We'll create a second method on the movies controller. Public action result. We're going to edit a movie, integer ID, and we're going to return string. And the string in the string we will show that we have received the correct ID through the HTTP pipeline. So we write ID equals and then the actual ID. Okay, Control S, stop the debugger, start without debugging. Okay, so movies, in here we need edit and 1. Okay, so now we're on this path, movies edit 1. Let's try the second path with HTTP URL query string. So we have the first slash and then the name of the controller, the second slash and then the name of the method, and then we put the question mark to start the query string, and then a pair. Let's change this thing. Okay, so it does not matter if you're using this syntax or this syntax, the parameter will be passed correctly to the method edit. And it's strongly typed because it says it expected an int 32. And instead I passed a string. Okay, I cannot put a 10 dot it because that's also not an integer, it's a float. Okay, but I can put 108. How about negatives? Yes, I can put negative integers. Okay, Okay, so that strong typing is also for the type and for the parameter name. So if you name the parameter like movie ID, control dot rename, control C, control V, S, and then F5. Question mark ID equals 7, what worked previously. It still works right now. Which is why does it do that? It's not random, it's edit. Okay, so it looked for a thing called movie ID and instead it got a thing which is called ID. And this is okay. Okay. Now let's create a new method. So for the index for slash movies, public action result index, 2 parameters, page index. Sort by. Okay, so page index is optional, sort by is not optional. Since it's optional, we decide that if it's missing, its default value should be the first page of results. The first page of containing all of the movies. Okay. Sort by is a string and it can also be empty, white space, null, etc. Okay. Let's keep it a default value. Okay. The value is that the movies should be sorted by name. Movies for now have just one public property, which is have two public properties, ID and name. And we're going to sort them by name by default. Okay. Let's create some string. Okay, page index equals page index and sort by equals sort by. Okay, Control S, and let's request movies random, and then we'll delete the method random. Okay, so the content of the web page should be just a string, not an HTML. What's this? I don't know. Let's look. It's an actual string, nothing else. So the view was not used. The underscore layout dot cshtml. There's no cshtml for the index inside of movies, so that was clearly not used. But then also not the underscore layout dot cshtml, which is actually used if you're using the method view. Okay, but we did not use this dot view, we used this dot content, which just returns the simple string that you give it as parameter. Okay. Control S. Okay, let's now look at the passing the two values via the string query. So let's copy this entire thing. Control C, question mark, Control V, and if we put in here A1, it goes through. If we put here A1, it goes through. So both of the parameters of the method are actually nullable. The int is nullable and the string is nullable. By not passing a parameter of with the name page index or sort by, those will be probably arrive in the method. This will arrive null or this will arrive null. Okay, so make this 10 and sort by, make this ID, and it works. Okay, So this controller method can be called using the web browser, but it will not use a cshtml file because it just returns a plain string instead of a valid HTML body. Okay. So the next thing that we want to do is the movies that were released in a certain month. So let's look at that. /movies /released /year /month with 2 digits. How do we do this? So a route with 3 slashes is not enough. We need a route with 4 slashes. So controller, method, first argument, and the second argument. Okay, we need to go to route config. And we like this route with 3 slashes, it's okay, but we need something extra. Name URL and defaults. The name of the route. Okay, could be anything. Movies by release date. Okay. Then we need the URL. So the URL is without a leading slash. So just the name of the controller, movies. Then the name of the action, which is released. And then to named parameters. The first one is going to be called year. And the second one is going to be called month. And let's also put the name of the parameter in here. Name. And then the third parameter is the defaults parameter. Okay, so this thing, defaults, and then a type object, so passed via an opaque type object, an anonymous type and class, an object, similar to what we see below. So controller, equals movies, action equals, what was that? Released. Let's make this thing by release date. No. So the URL remains movies /movies/ released and then year and month, but we name the method in the movies controller a bit more precise. So by release date. Like this. Control C, movie controller, movies controller. And then this thing. I don't know, this thing. Okay, so public action result released by release date, 2 parameters, year and month, both are mandatory. Okay, and we're going to just return a string to make sure that we have the correct values. Year, month, Control S. What doesn't it like? So this thing movies / release / year / month. Yes. Release D. Movies released year month. Okay. This thing start. So movies released /20502 year 2005 month 2. So we have correctly mapped whatever comes to the web server via the URL to the controller movies method by release date, this to the int the first parameter of the method int year, and this to the second one, which is int month. Okay. Let's see how it what errors does it show. So /movies /released. So it says that there's no such thing as /movies /released. Why? Why is that? So /movies /released, it found this route. could not find a year or a month. But then it should have tried this one. There's no method released. Let's see if we create a method released, what happens. And the second route catches. So this route fails to catch the URL. The second one has caught the URL because the first one requires 4 slashes and we gave it just 2, and this is able to catch 2 because the third slash is optional. Okay, so let's remove this thing. Ctrl S. Okay, we can put extra validation on the route config. So for now, year and month, let's see how they work. So slash movies slash released does not work. Okay, then a year could be 1 and the month could be 1, which is not okay. We want the month to always be 2 digits and the year to always be 4 digits. What if we give it a string? Then it fails because it's not system in32. So the two parameters do get validated, but just that they are int32, so they could be negative. Okay, let's do more validation of the rule and say that specify some preconditions for the year and month. So the fourth parameter is called constraints. Let's see how such an object looks like. We say year equals and then we have the option of saying let's say 4 digits. So digits 4 and month digits 2. Ctrl S, and this looks like regex. Okay, so this is allowed. A year with 5 digits is not. So this is for a form, which means not found, which means that this rule did not catch. And this other one did not have a matching method. So this probably caught, but we don't have the action released. So the method released on the class movie controller. We have added a custom route on line 16 in the file route config. And then, how can we use this like this? On line 20 in the file movies controller, there's a sibling to that line. So these two are siblings. These two change at the same time. So these two actually belong together. This is actually a don't repeat yourself violation. The magic string by release date is in fact the name of the movies controller method. Then movies is also don't repeat violation with this string and this string. And generally when we, rename this method, we will need to also edit at the same time line 16 in route config, or if we change, the year to be just 2 digits, not 4 digits, we will need to also add it in here to replace this 4 with a 2. So the pieces of source code that change at the exact same time belong together, and support for this is via C# attributes. So there's the attribute named route. And in here we specify the route, which is this thing, movies released year, month. This thing. Okay, and in order for this route to be picked up, we need to tell register routes to also register all of the routes which are defined via attributes, not via the map route method. Okay, so for that we need to add call the method routes dot map MVC attribute routes. Okay, let's see what the method does. Maps attribute define the routes, so attributes of type route for the application of collection of routes. Okay, it's this parameter, so it's a extension method. Okay, so now we can delete this thing. Control X 3 times. Okay, and now we can add this validation. So the match happens only in certain circumstances. If this is a string, the match will not happen. If this is a string, this match will not happen. So let's see how that thing is done. Okay. And this constraint, such that route matches only if month is 2 digits, is specified using regex function, for instance. So it was \\d. And let's see if this thing actually works. Control S, run. Okay, /movies /released /year A, and regex 3 integers. Okay, it fails because year must be integer. So let's put a 3 in here. So movies release year, month, and regex. So it this rule has matched this controller. Let's put the name of the method in the body of the web page. Control F5, start without debugging. /movies /released /4/. Okay, so this rule matches by release date, year, month. Yes, because it contains at least 2 digits. So this doesn't really mean much. This regular expression. So \d means a digit, so a 0 through from 0 to 9, and twice. So I know what are the limitations. Something like this. Control F5. So now it does not match. Okay, it should not match. And now it does match. Okay, so this character in regex means start of line, and this character means end of line. Let's look a bit at the regex syntax. Okay, so the simplest parts of the regular expression look like this. So if you have just one character, that will match that exact character. So if you have a B, it will match a B. B is just a literal character that matches just B. The next rule, dot matches any character just once. Okay. The next thing is square parenthesis a minus z. You close the square parenthesis, so whatever is inside the square parenthesis matches just once. So could be a lowercase c, a lowercase m, a lowercase b, cannot be a 0, does not match a 0, does not match a uppercase m. So matches just one character, just once, just lowercase, just English alphabet. Okay, then where are the others? Okay, so this thing is the start of the line, matches the starting position of any line. This is the end of the line, matches the ending position of any line. So if you want to, if the string that you want to match is AB and not ABC, then you will want to use this character, then AB and then $, to make sure that you don't match substrings in longer strings. So if you have the string ABC that you do not want to match, you want to match just the string. What is this? Why do they use set syntax here? Okay, so how do we edit this thing? Okay. We have the string ABC. We want the regular expression not to match ABC, because right now the regular expression AB has a match inside of the string ABC on the first two positions, A and B. In order for it not to match, we're going to use beginning of line and end of line. So that means that it only matches if the string has exactly 2 characters, and this string has 3 characters, so it will not match. Okay, so let's put this side by side with the wiki page and start from scratch. So it says that a lowercase b matches once the character b. So make this lowercase b, and the string to match is ABC, so it matches on the second position. So matches just one character on the second position, this B. Okay, we can see it's yellow. Okay, then the special character dot matches any of these 3. So matches on the first character, second character, third character. So 3 matches. Okay, everything, all of the characters have background yellow. Okay. If we want to match the entire string just once, we're going to use this other character, which means any character any number of times. So now we have just one match, but it's 3 characters long. Okay. If you want just the dot, not the special character dot, then we need to escape it. So there's no dots in here, so there's no match. If you put a dot at the end, then it matches the dot at the end. So in order to match the character dot, you need to use the regular expression \dot. Okay. Then we have all of the lowercase characters in the English alphabet. So for instance, oh my. Okay. Only matches the lowercase y, does not match the uppercase characters O, H, and M, does not match the dot, does not match the space. Matches only lowercase a, lowercase b, lowercase c, etc. until lowercase z. And in that set, only y is in that set. Okay. If we want this thing, which is English US versus English British, okay, so here we can see that the regular expression requires that the match has this size. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So the match should have 9 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On the first character there should be an S. On the second character of the match there should be an E. Third R, then I, then A, then IL, then I, and the 8th character could be either S or Z. So once, just one character, anything that's inside of the square brackets. So inside of the square brackets we only have S and Z. So there's just, it will match just one character, and that character must be either lowercase s or lowercase z. If we put uppercase Z, it will not match. Okay. Then we have OR. So OR is for different strings. So if you want just one character out of a set, we use this syntax. So square parenthesis Z or S. It will match a string with length 1. But what if we want to match, I don't know, onion or parsley? Carrot. What if you want to match either the entire word onion or the entire word carrot? This is the syntax that we use: vertical bar, boolean, or. Okay, so it searches for all of the strings that have length 5 and the characters O, N, I, O, N in this order, and it matches this string. Or, so in addition to that, it searches for all of the strings that are lowercase caret, and this is such a string. And there's 2 matches here. Okay. What if we want to match any character? There's the dot. What if we want to match all of the possible characters? Just let's say we want to match all of the R's. Okay. What if we want to match all of the strings that contain just R, and any number of times? Could be not 0, so could be 1 or 2. Successful match. It also matches 0 times. So this is for 0 times R, 1 time R, 2 times R, 3 times R, etc. So it matches this thing because this thing is 0 times the letter R. Matches this thing because this thing does not contain the letter R. Does not contain the letter R, contains the letter R, contains the letter R twice. So this is one match, contains the letter R, and then another match contains the letter R twice, and then another match contains the letter R once, and then another match contains the letter R once, and another match contains the letter R 0 times. So in order to specify at least one R, we need to use plus. So now it matches this, 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 and this. So 4 matches. Okay. What if we want, so that was plus, which means at least once, or any, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Any number of times except 0, that's the plus. This is any number of times including 0, and this is either 0 times or 1 time. Okay. So this matches because it's R 0 times, this matches because it's R 0 times, this matches because it's R once, this does not match because you cannot have R 2 times. So question mark means 0 times or 1 time. So this is a match, but RR is not a match. Okay, the preceding item is matched exactly n times. So we can go R 2 times, we will have just one match. This thing, 2 R's. So it searches for the previous part, which is R, the exact number of times, which is 2. Okay. The previous part could be a character, but could also be an array of characters. So could be R or P. So it matches 2 P's here and 2 R's here. Okay. We'll skip these two, but we'll remember that they exist. So min, and max. Wildcard dot matches any character. A dot B, let's do that. So M dot K matches just once, matches a string of 3 characters containing M, then any character just once, and then K. If we want to catch, I don't know, carrot, we could go like this: C, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a T. okay, which is the same thing as having the dot repeated 4 times, like this. Okay. What else? What does this thing mean? It means either an A and that's it, so it matches all of the strings that contain an A once, or any number of B's including 0. So any number of B's including 0 B's matches uppercase L. Uppercase L does not contain any lowercase b. Okay, let's make this plus. And now oh, where's the b? Okay, so it either matches A, so it matches the string A of one character 3 times, and then it matches any string that contains just B's, but at least one. So this is such a string, one character, one B. Okay, let's put a P in here. So it catches all of the strings that are length 1 and contain only A's. Then it matches all of the strings that contain just P's 1 time or more. So this is 1 time and this is more times. Okay, what else? So this matches the start of the line, and this matches the end of the line. So it does not match because the match should be a string of 0 length and should contain the entire line. So this is not the case. Okay, now it matches or not. Should match the entire line because the entire line is empty and we told it to match empty. Okay, like this will match. So there's the entire line contains just A, and we should find just A. So the match should start with the beginning of line, which is this character, then should contain just one A just one time, this, and then should end with the end of line character, which is this. So it matches. What about if we have more A's? It does not match. That will require us to use A plus and then $sign. Okay, then there's brackets, which we did previously. So there's like this, does not match because there's more than one A. So you could go like this, like this, like this, and like this. Now it matches because it should start with a beginning of line, which is this character. Then it should contain just the letter A, which it does. Then it should contain just the letter A, which it does, just the letter A, which it does, A, and then it should end with the end of line. Okay. This thing again can be written like this. So starts with beginning of line, contains just A 1 time or more. This is the place. Then A, just A once or more this, etc. A once or more this, and then it should end with the end of line, and it does. or we could use the exact number, so it's 5 matches, or we could say any character in the English alphabet. So A is such a thing, is lowercase a is in the English alphabet, so it matches in here, and then it says the previous one matched 5 times, which is this thing. Okay, this in fact matches any line that contains just one word in the English word containing just characters from the English alphabet. So it matches everything, or uppercase or lowercase, if it's just 5 characters. Like this. Okay, because this A matches this F matches this I matches this V matches this E matches this. Okay, but then 5, where are you? Does not match because 5 is not part of this set. So we'll increase the set to be alphanumerics. So lowercase characters, uppercase characters in the English alphabet, then all of the base 10 digits. And now it matches. Okay. Or we could say all of the characters except except I's. So this should be, I know, the Turkish language or something. So it does not match because it matches A is not I, F is not I, but then I truly is I. So the match does not happen. Okay. So let's replace this I with anything including an uppercase I, and it starts matching. But this also matches things which are not alphanumerics. So when you say not the character I, then you allow anything. Okay. So this was the set not something. So if you want everything but lowercase characters from the English alphabet, that's what you would do. Okay, so make this thing uppercase and it will match. Where is the file? Okay, or you could say like this, any character except a, lowercase b, lowercase e. So it could be uppercase A, B, C, could be any of the other characters in the alphabet, could be the digits, could be any special other character such as %. Okay, this is sub-expressions. This is too advanced. I never talk about sub-expressions. This is sub-expressions also. The preceding element 0 or 1 or more times. If you want 0 or 1 time, you have the question mark. If you want 3 times or 4 times, then you use this syntax. So A 3 or 4 times. A twice does not match, but A 3 times does match. A 5 times does not match, A 4 times does match. Okay, so any character once, then AT. This is either A or C, and then AT, so hat or cat. This is not B, and then AT, so could be cat, could be mat, could be anything, not bat with a lowercase b, could be bat with an uppercase b. So all characters except H and C, and then AT. So match is uppercase hat, but uppercase H, then lowercase AT, so hat, but does not match lowercase hat. Okay, this says that after cat or hat, the line must end. So let's do that. At, and then the line must end. Okay, so how it works, it searches for the end of line, which is this character, it finds it, and then before that should be a T. Is that the case? Yes, it is. And then before that should be an A. Is that the case? Yes, it is A. So the match is this thing, AT, and then the end of line. The end of line might or might not be part of the match. Okay, you can escape anything, so you can escape dots with a backslash dot. You can escape square parentheses with a backslash square parentheses. So let's do that. So it matches an actual square parenthesis. If you want to match A, you go like this. But if you want to match square parenthesis A square parenthesis, you need to escape the square parenthesis. So the string S, then any number of characters, any character, any number of times, including 0 times. So could be S, could be SE, could be SUN. Okay, we talked about the Boolean OR operator. And then there's other extensions, which we'll not go into. Maybe into backslash B, which means a word boundary. So you can go backslash B at. We are at home. Okay. So says that there's a word boundary, which is the fact that a space exists and then a new word starts. So the word boundary is this thing, and then an A and a T. You could also go word boundary again. So this is the word boundary at the start. So after this space, there's a word boundary which is matched. Then there's an A which is matched. Then there's a T that is matched. And then there's another word boundary that is matched, which is this place. Okay. Then there's any alphanumeric character. So why do we need that? Because of Unicode. This means any alphanumeric character including underscore. But then what if you have, I don't know, a special character from the German language? That would not be matched. What's that? This thing. Okay, so this thing is not matched, but hopefully with \w it is matched. Does not match. What do you mean? Does not match? I don't know what's this, okay, but it should work. Then digits, which means 0 through 9, so the digits in the base 10. And then non-digits \d, which means any character except 0 to 9. And I've also used \s for white space characters such as space, \r, \n, etc. I did not use non-white space characters yet, which means to set anything except space, tab, new line, etc. Okay, this should be more than enough. Back to where we were. So let's see how the tutorial goes. So in here we could put any valid regular expression. The .NET Framework and C# have a special syntax for regular expressions, so it's not PCRE, it's not a POSIX, it's a different thing. It's different syntax for regular expression. You will need to learn it. Okay, then it says that for constraints we could use some built-ins, which are min, max, min length, max length, int, float, or GUID. Okay, that's an advanced topic. Okay, whatever we did until this moment was looking at how ASP.NET MVC in general works, how a ASP.NET MVC project inside Visual Studio is structured. We have looked at what happens with incoming HTTP requests. They are handled by the router that then calls controllers, and as part of MVC model view controller, the models are just plain classes like this. The routing and controllers are either specified in here or specified the route as an attribute, and then the method is the controller. And the third part in MVC that we did not really talk much about is the view. So how is HTML sent towards the web browser? What does the end user see? Okay. So in movies controller, we create a model which is a instance of an object, and then we pass this object to the view, which means we create it inside of the C# land, and we have transferred it to the cshtml world. So views and movies and random. Okay. So if go to view. So if you go right click on the view, there's this button, go to view, which takes you to the cshtml file corresponding to this action. This controller method. Okay, there's a special syntax for the what's called the view data. So let's use that. How do we uncomment? Control. Let's see. Comment Control KC, Control KU. Let's see if that works in cshtml. Control KU, Control KC. Wow. I don't want this. Okay. Let's see what how we can access the view data directly. So the same thing as above, h2, and then we have a line of C# source code. So view data, which view data is a what? Is a view data dictionary of type vidly models movie, because that's what the @model instruction says. Okay, so it's a view data dictionary of movies. It tells a dictionary that contains data to pass between the controller and the view. So the view is the cshtml file, and the controller is this method. Okay, so since it's a dictionary, how do we access the items inside? A key. Okay, and what's the result of this thing? It's an object. So this object will need to cast to the correct type if we want to use code completion IntelliSense. Okay. So how do we cast? to movie like this, and then this entire thing in parentheses, and then we finally have IntelliSense. Control S. What type is that thing? So auto-completion still does not work. Okay, and then Control S, Control F5. Okay, parse error. A space or line break was encountered after the special character. Control S. Okay, Control F5. The next one. The type or namespace name movie could not be found. Yes, indeed. Control dot. Don't we have any fixes for this thing? Type or namespace name movie could not be found, so that's we're going to fix using C#. So we want a line of C# using this thing, the namespace, without the trailing semicolon. Still no auto-completion. Control S, Control F5. And it says dot name. So this is not C# syntax. This is just HTML, whereas the C# syntax ends here because we went ampersand and then round parentheses, then it found the place where the C# block ends, and the C# block is just this part. Okay, so we need a new pair of parentheses. Like this. Okay, what about now? And finally we have action. Okay, so a block that starts with a at and then curly bracket ends with a curly bracket. A block that starts with an at and parentheses ends with a closing parentheses. And if you just use the at character, that will try to find where, so it knows that following it should be no spaces, otherwise it provides an error. And then all of the characters following will stop somewhere and will be a C# instruction. So we can probably have this thing. Control S, Control F5. What doesn't it like now? Null reference exception. An object reference not set to an instance of an object, so there's no view data. This is a dictionary, but it does not contain anything on the position movie. Okay, let's comment this thing out. Control KC, Control S, Control F5. Okay, so the first space will end the at part. So the at should not be followed by a space. All of the characters until the first space will be interpreted as C#. And the syntax highlighting even shows this. All of the things that are C# have gray background. Okay, so this is plain C#. Okay, so we do not know what's so this is a dictionary, but we do not know a dictionary from what to what. Dictionary of T model. Okay, so I do not know what this thing does. Control S. Okay, let's remove this thing. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, let's go back to where we were. So we need to pass via the dictionary from the controller. Okay, so in order not to pass the model via the argument to the view method, we could pass it via the view data. Which view data is a property that we have on iController and on controller base. So it's this.viewData. And then in here we specify the string. So movie 1, random movie. S. Okay, this thing will fail. Okay, but then if we specify the correct string in here, we don't have the model anymore. So we did not pass any arguments to the method view. So we do not have this model. Ctrl K C, and we also don't have access to it in here. Okay, so this is two ways of passing a model to a view, either via the arguments of the this.view method or via the this.viewData, which is a property of type viewData dictionary. Okay, and then in here we can pass any type of object. When we get it back in cshtml, it's of type object, so we need to cast it to movie, and then we can use its parameters, its properties. Okay, then another possibility, a third one, is a dynamic type named viewBag. So that's viewBag. So the viewBag is dynamic. So we add a new property to it. Okay. And then let's see how this thing surfaces in the C# CS HTML world. Okay. And in here we can access it using C# syntax. So viewBag. Let's see what properties do we have. What's this? So this is a class ASP page views movies random CS HTML. So it's a generated, I'm guessing, automatically generated C# object. So this dot, in here we have the viewData. Okay, which is a viewData dictionary, which is the same thing as this. Because we did not specify the model, it uses viewData dictionary of dynamic. If we specify the model, viewData is now strongly typed, so it's a viewData dictionary of movie. Previously it was a viewData dictionary of dynamic, so that's not strongly typed. It's a dictionary, but what's inside we do not know. And the same thing for this viewData, strongly typed viewData dictionary of type movie. And then another property on this is viewBag. So there's view context, URL, user, template info, session, request, response. Wow. Culture, context, Ajax. A great object, this inside CS HTML. So viewBag. Okay, let's see what viewBag is. viewBag is always dynamic. Okay, and this has properties. No, auto completion because it's dynamic. And we could make this random movie. Control S, Control C, Control V. Dot game. Everything's dynamic. Okay, Control F5. So it so this is not H2, that's why the font is smaller, and uses this dot viewback, which is a dynamic. We don't know what's inside, and inside is an object that has a property which is named random movie, and then this random movie is actually an object of type movie and has the property name which we're calling the getter of, so it's a string. Okay, so totally not strong typed. Okay. What if we want to pass 10 objects from C# to cshtml? We can pass it an object and tell it its type, so but that passes just one object. We'll need to create an object that contains all of those 7 objects that we want to pass from C# to cshtml. And then use that new type with 7 properties as a model at model in cshtml. Okay, so it says that we should not use viewback because it's not strongly typed. We should not use viewData because it's again not strongly typed. You need to know the type, you need to cast. This thing is very error prone. You might not get it right. And has also magic strings. These are also magic strings because it's not strong typed. So it's better to just go with the first route, which is at model. Okay, Control KU, and then no need for using. And then we just pass the movie through the method parameter. Control S, Control F5. And it works. Let's remove the characters that prove that a space after a C# statement ends the C# statements. So this space ends the C# statement model.name. Okay, and the syntax highlighting also shows us that this is just plain HTML because it has a white background, whereas this is C# and has a gray background. Control S, Control F5. Okay. Okay. Okay, so if we want to pass more than one model from C# to cshtml, and for instance, if we have an SQL database with with two tables, one employees and the other, I don't know, salary, we would want in SQL to create a join and return a new table, a new view, a data set which contains data from the two source SQL tables, so from employees and salary. And similarly in ASP.NET MVC we use view models. We can see some view models already inside of the models solution folder. There's 3 of them. So identity, where are you? Manage view models. This thing, so index view model, manage logins view model, factor view model, set password view model, etc. So it says that we are concentrating our efforts around passing just one object from the C# controller to the cshtml file that's that corresponds to that method. So to the method random from the controller, movies controller, corresponds just one view, this one, random.cshtml, and we are taking care to pass just one object from the controller method via the view argument to C#. So we're going to create to cshtml, and we're going to create a C# type, a C# class, just for that, just for passing a single thing via the this.view method parameter. That's why it's called a view model, because it's a model, so it's a C# object, a C# class, but it's a view model, so it's created specifically for the needs of the random.cshtml view. So we go to the models folder, add class, customer, string name, enter Ctrl S. Okay, so models are C# classes, which correspond in our example could correspond to SQL table rows, and then the models that are specific for a cshtml file have the only reason of existing such that it can be passed to random.cshtml. Its place is not in the solution folder models, but in the solution folder view models. So we're going to create this solution folder, right click, add folder view models. Like this. Okay, and the convention is that this thing is going to be a class and it has a special name. So the name of the view, in this case random.cshtml, and then it should be just a random view model, but it's random movie view model. View model. Okay, random movie view model. Okay, let's create properties. So the view model contains public properties and whatever the needs of random.cshtml are, from data that's being passed from C# to the to random.cshtml, that's what we're going to have as properties in random movie view model. So for now, in random.cshtml, we'll need two objects, a movie and a customer. So that's what we have in the view model. We have a list of customers. Okay, so we already have a movie that will pass to the view model, and we'll also need a list of customers. What are you doing? Let's see if it compiles. Yes. And we're not going to pass just the movie via the property. We're going to pass the view model. So the view model contains both the movie and the list of customers. Okay. Now in here we have this thing. Control S F7. Okay, and let's put a list of customers and see what's going to do. Control S, Control F5. So it did. So again, what we did is, since we saw that the only as strongly typed as possible way of passing from the controller method moviesController.random to the view to random.cshtml a object. So we want to pass it as strongly typed as possible with as much compile time errors as possible, as many errors as possible. So for that, the only usable way is to pass via this .view method argument. And this .view contains the overloads of the view method do not allow us to pass more than one object in here, so we have only this overload that's usable for us. It's not strongly typed. In fact, it will cast our strongly typed object to the type object. All C# objects inherit from the type object, from system.object with an uppercase O. But then inside of cshtml, we can use the @model instruction directive, what's this, such that at least we have IntelliSense and autocompletion and maybe even build time errors if we choose to also compile the .cshtml files. So when we build our application, we should have a test or a way when we build the entirety of our application, we should have a test that does compile all of the cshtml files, which will return at build time errors inside of build errors inside of all of the cshtml files that we have in our solution. Okay, so in order to pass just one object, we've created per one .cshtml file one special C# type, and those special C# types have the suffix view model. Okay, and we've created a solution folder named view models in the top level of the project, where we will host our view model C# classes. Since the view model random.cshtml needs just two objects, a movie and then the list of customers that have rented that movie, then the view model contains just two public properties. when we will need more objects inside of the random.cs HTML file, we will need to add them as extra public properties in the view model, random movie view model. Okay. And then we totally do not like, so we see that the name of the movie has traveled correctly from moviescontroller.cs to random.cs HTML. We can also see that the list of customers has traveled correctly, but we converted model.customers to HTML, and that what it did, it called model.customers, the mandatory method that exists in the base C# object type, which is called system.object with uppercase O, and that method is toString. So all objects have a toString, if they're not null, have a toString method. So that method was actually called, and that method has a default implementation for objects, which returns a small part of the type name by default. So that's what we see in here. We see the system.collections.generic list, which is list, and then widely models customer, which is the type that's used by the list. So list of customer, and it uses some strange syntax, so this does not at all look like the C# signature, which is this list less than widely.models.customer greater than space. Okay, because I'm guessing this is a CLR IL representation, and that works. That's this exact same string is going to be returned even if you're not using C#, you're using another programming language for CLR, such as Visual Basic.NET or F#. So all of the programming languages that sit on top of CLR will receive the same string from the toString method. Okay, but we do not want to present to the user in a web page some strange type names. We want to present in here, I don't know, a table, a data grid, a sortable data grid, something. We want to present the content of the list of customer in a human readable way. For that, we're going to use razor view syntax. Okay, the simplest thing that we can do is to not use a third-party library such as, I know, DevExpress data grid, but to roll our own loop syntax. So we're using @forEach, and we're iterating over model.customers. And we're generating HTML syntax inside of the body of the @forEach. Okay, so @forEach. Okay, so I saw it's that @forEach is a Visual Studio template. So there's for each, for R. So let's use that. So says var. Var means any type, but then strong typed. Correct. This is could be an item, could be a customer. And then the collection is model dot customers. Okay. And we have a block of code. Okay, so the syntax in here is we could put any string. Not really, because the characters that have the background gray are interpreted as C#. Whereas if we use HTML tags, that's not going to be interpreted as C#. So any character in the English alphabet is interpreted as C#, but if we start with the less than character, then that less than character, we can see it in here, it has white background, not gray background, so it's interpreted as HTML. Okay. Okay, let's use a unnumbered list. So UL HTML UL unnumbered list, Control S. And in here, inside of the body of the for each, we keep adding list items. Okay, and we're using a line of C# code, a line that will end at the first non-C# code, such as space, customer. So it's still gray, which means we're still in C# dot name, Control S. So we have an unnumbered list, list items, customer name. Let's run this thing, Control F5. Okay, so we have customer 1 and 2, and the bullet points are for unnumbered list. We could have a numbered list. What's that? Ordered list. Okay. And we can also have placeholders if the for each is empty. So we do not want an empty ordered list, unordered list, if there's no, the count of model.customers, the number of customers in the list is 0. So let's write that. At if, so we're still in C#, space. We're still in C#, we can see the gray background behind the space character. So model dot customers dot count is 0. Then we will put a placeholder text. what text? No one has rented this movie before. Ctrl S. Okay, so we can see that this is C# because of the gray background. And then, I'm not sure why it wrote text in here. We have else, and then another block. What do you do? What do you do? Okay, Ctrl F5. Let's make the list empty. Okay, Ctrl F5. And now we have no one has rented this movie before. Let's inspect this thing. View selection source. And it just wrote no one has rented this movie before. So it's put this space, did not put this tag, and put this space, put this text. But should have used a P. Why not? Okay, so now we have placeholder text if the movie was not rented. If it was rented, then it has a number of customers. We display that as an unnumbered list. Okay, now let's see about styling using CSS. What if we want server-side scripting to put a different class, HTML CSS class, on a HTML tag? So for instance, we have h2. This is the movie name. What if we want to style it using a class? We have a class equals popular if this movie has been rented by at least 5 customers. If not, we do not want this class. And then using CSS, we'll make this, I don't know, blue. We'll make the h2 movie name blue if it's popular, and keep it as it is if it's not popular. Okay, so let's do server-side scripting using C#. We open a C# block. In here we can enter C# statements, so we can have a string with a class name that will be popular or null, depending if the customers, which is a list of customer, is has the count greater than 5 or equal to 5 or something else. So model dot customers dot count greater or equal to 5, then it's popular. otherwise it's null. Okay, and the value of the class will be populated using C# syntax. So at and then class name. So I could use class name, I can use, what else? Everything that's C#. Okay, Control S, Control F5. So this is the H2, let's look at its source. It's just H2 without a class. So if the entire body of the class, so the entire value of the class is null, then the class will not be rendered in the final HTML. Let's check this out. Control F5. Yep, H2. Let's look at the entire source code. So H2 Shrek without any class attribute. Okay, what if it's the empty string? Then it has the class attribute on the h2html tag with the value empty string. So here we can see that Razor interprets even the HTML characters, does not just put them as they are, because these characters will not be written to the final HTML, these characters, these and these, if whatever is inside of the double quotes is the null string. Okay, so back to class name. Okay, and if we make the movie popular, let's make it popular like this. Control F5, view page source, and it's class popular. Okay, so let's see if we just refresh. Okay, so it seems that IIS, the web server, interprets, so does not compile, does not, but it interprets the files with extension C as HTML. So if in the vidly project we only edit a certain CS HTML file, then we do not need to compile, we do not need to rerun or anything. IIS Express is still running, and we can just refresh the web page. So let's put before H2 H1. Control S, refresh, and there it is. We have the H1 rental app. I just edited the cshtml file, I saved it, and in the browser I refreshed the page. Okay. And then there's partial views. Okay, so we can see in layout, so underscore layout.cshtml is the actual cshtml, the entry point that's actually rendered by the IIS HTTP web server. Why? Because this is what it generates the first line in the HTML file, the second line, the third line. Okay, the meta char set, this thing. What we did in random.cshtml generates just a valid HTML without the tags HTML, add, and body. So just divs, p's, h's, etc. And that block that's generated here is put in here. So this thing, including lines 52, 44, 43, 42, 41. Why? Because H2, let's refresh this thing. So H2 has a new line here, a new line here, a new line here, so 3 new lines, which is 42, 43, 44. And then after the UL, there's 2 new lines until the HR, and the HR is rendered by underscore layout.cshtml in here. So HR, and then footer, this part. And this is inserted in here because of this add render body C# instruction. In layout pages renders the portion of a content page that is not within a named section. Okay, but we could also, so this is a where are you? So this renders a view, as we saw in results. So there's a view result, and then there's a partial view result. There's a view method and a partial view method. So there's a partial view method that returns partial view result. So a view you can break. So this is if you render the entire view, it returns a view result. But what if you want to break parts of the view into different cshtml files? Exactly that would be the partial view. So this thing again could be called with no arguments, or a object model, a view model parameter. And inside layout.cshtml I can see HTML partial. For the underscore login partial. Okay, so what we want here is to create a partial view for the navbar. So the navbar being this thing, application name, home, about, contact, register, login, which is home, about, contact, and then the login partial. So basically this div. Control S and refresh. Okay, there's no navbar anymore. Let's re-enable the navbar. Control S, refresh. So in Solution Explorer, views shared, right click, add, view, view. Okay, so partial views by convention have the view name starting with an underscore. So we're making a partial view for the navigation bar. This will be named navbar. And it's important in this wizard to check the checkbox create as a partial view, which we see will not use a layout page. Okay, so this will not be included in a layout page, so such as underscore layout, which renders most of the web page and just puts the partial view inside of the body. So none of that. We're having a cshtml file named underscore navbar just for the navigation bar. Okay, and then we do what you think we should do, which is cut the navbar and paste it. Control Shift S. Okay, so similar to what we saw previously, the navigation bar used this syntax in order to load another partial view. So add html.partial and then the name of the cshtml file, which in this case was login partial.cshtml. So we'll use the same syntax. And this is not login partial, but navbar. Okay, so what is HTML? HTML is part of these. Okay, so HTML is a property getter setter HTML helper dynamic. So what is that? HTML helper dynamic of the model. Okay, what does HTML helper do? What's the syntax? Dot partial, where does this come from? From partial extension, so it's an extension method for HTML helper without the generics, without okay, so HTML helper, and just one parameter in our case, the partial view name. Okay, so since we've only touched CSHTML files, so we've moved part of the underscore layout CSHTML into this file, we pressed a long time ago debug start without debugging Ctrl F5, which has started IIS Explorer, IIS Express, this thing. So it's still running, nothing has stopped the process IIS Express. We've only edited CSHTML files, we've created new CSHTML files. So just refreshing the web browser is enough. We can see everything works because after we've extracted and created the underscore navbar.cshtml file, we can just edit this CSHTML file, refresh, and now the /movie/random HTML page reflects what we did in navbar. Ctrl S, F5. Okay, so let's do one last git commit, and that will be everything. So how do we do it? Inside of double commander, I go to the directory of the solution. I can see here the hidden directory.vs. I can see it's under git version control because there's the top level .git directory, hidden directory. I'm starting the git executable git -cmd.exe, which is similar to cmd.exe terminal and shell command line in Windows. So I'm not using the Bash or Unix, Linux style shells. And in here, I'm just starting the git GUI. So this is a GUI application. And I'm going to do one last commit. So we have added routes.map MVC attribute routes because we have inside of the movies controller an attribute that defines the route. So if you go http get /movie/release/2023/ the current month, this method in this controller will be called. Okay, so in order for this attribute to actually do routing, we need to say routes.map MVC attribute routes. Okay. Then we've added the customer for the video rental service. It only has an ID name and a string name. To the CS proj we have added a customer and two more files. We need a random view model in order to pass just a single object from the C# movie controller to the random.cshtml view. Okay, we've moved the navbar to its own partial view. So we've removed it from here, moved it to there, And then in the place where we removed parts of cshtml, we say add this HTML partial and then the name of the new partial cshtml file. Okay, and then in the /movie/random controller, we create one movie, which is Shrek. We create a list of 2 customers, and then we group these 2 objects, movie and customers, onto the just one object, which is this view model, which is of type random movie view model, and then this object named view model, we pass it to the cshtml file random.cshtml, and then inside random.cshtml we receive not models.movie type, but the type view models.random movie view model, so the object that contains a movie and a list of customers. Then if the list of customers is greater than, should be 5, let's edit it back in random. So if it's 5 or more, then it's popular, otherwise not. Okay. If it's popular, to the h2 we add the class named popular, otherwise this entire class will be missing on the h2 HTML tag. Then we have the model, which is a random movie view model, has a property movie, and then that has a property name of type string. If 0 customers have rented Shrek, we will say no one has rented this movie before. Otherwise, we print just the list of names inside of unnumbered list. And that's it. Final commit. Okay, so this was how to use ASP.NET MVC, not the core version, but ASP.NET MVC, the final version that shipped with .NET Framework 4.8. So ASP.NET MVC Classic, as it were. We went through routes, controllers, views, cshtml syntax, how to pass data from C# to cshtml files, routing in 3 different ways, the final one using attributes, partial views, view models. Thank you.